have a confession to make. We could have started a little bit earlier, but I like the songs that were playing during the starting tune on my Spotify, playlist, so I let them go for a little bit further. My bad. Also, I got up late, so that didn't help too. So I'm starting later than usual. But yeah. Welcome to not the last case, but the last non-DO6 case. Specify that because I was confused. I thought case 4 and 5 were the same case. I forgot they were not indeed the same case. But yeah, now we're on case 5. We're gonna knock it all out tonight. Oh, I went to the one game. Okay, well, not doing that. And then soon we'll hit this by April, which will be new standards because I have only played the first case and like half of the second case in this game. So that's gonna be real fucking good. That was a load game. I want this one. Yeah. Okay. Also waiting for food to come because I ordered food because I don't want to have the same thing over and over and over again. No one can escape their past. We know that. That's like the fucking motto of the series. Has Apollo ever been accused of murder? I don't think he has, actually. I think about it. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. Ew. Blood. No matter how far we run, our past remains as ever present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. And hopefully a new game. That's okay, Athena. Everyone gets at least one time, except Apollo, yet. Everyone gets at least one time where they're considered to be the suspect for a killing. Happened to Trucy, happened to Phoenix, happened to Edgeworth, happened to Maya. Twice. Happened to happened to Phoenix twice. Didn't happen to Gumshoe. Happened to Maggie. Didn't happen to Mia before she died. Happened to Maya though. Yeah. What else happened to Emma? Sky, not Lana. You need to have more prosecutors be like suspects, like clients, we'll say. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. Let me recap from last week. We proved security camera that this is actually from the museum, not from the launch pad. Which makes it so that anyone could have walked in and killed the back. What's the victim's name again? Clay Tammin. Right, and then so we know he didn't do it, so far as we know. And then she was on the scene, but she was shooting at him, because she thought that he was the guy because it was dark. But he did see whoever did do it get into the museum, and then the museum switched around to the other side. Or was it the launch pad switched to the other side? Huh. But now Athena's the one being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the letter used by the real culprit was found. This letter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. Yeah, but Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, and it's all like, oh, yeah, she had nothing to do with it. Well, she has something to do with this case. You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that will prove Athena's innocence. Oh, yeah, get me some evidence. Okay. Yeah, everyone's got to present the attorney's badge. It's a rite of passage. All right. We also have to find Apollo. Where the fuck is he? You're at the Cosmos. Do you have a minute? Galactic scooter. Full speed ahead. That's right, we just got into a kind of a laughing stock. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, yeah. You kind of fucked him over. But, I mean, like, we just, yeah, called out him for his bullshit. So, that's on him. Don't be so much of a bullshitter. That'll solve things. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. This is gotta be awkward. You get released from jail, and your like lawyer on the other side is just like walking past you like that meme from Zoolander, uh, and you're just like, come here often, and then just keep on going by while she's getting arrested for a crime that they thought that you did. That's like one of the most awkward situations I can think of. That or calling your teacher mom in school by accident. And then you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. When I saw her eyes, they were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. Yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she can give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Paula has a fine boss to look up to. Alright. Tell us what you know now. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. Okay, yeah, so I was right in doing the recap. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. He's making me yawn. God damn it. I guess that's about how it goes when you're with less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Oh, my food's here. Hold on. Okay, we're good. They're actually not even outside. They were just like dropped it like right outside my door. Convenient. Oh, I've had this food forever. Alright. Energy back to 100% now, with just one bite of food. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. Only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find that a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute, which means... Because I thought the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. That's the one that shot at... Who? That's the one who shot at the director. Okay. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. Yes, you are, Mr. Starbuck. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I imagine his license has been revoked, but we'll see. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Wow. They didn't even take his, like, well, not license, but like his permissions out. That would for us. Do launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? And he's probably say no. Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the powers around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. Yeah, times are tough, huh? That can't be the real world. Huh. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. I can show you the launch pad. Shining, shimmering. Splendid. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are lots of trees around the Space Center. I don't know. They were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corner and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Yeah, but knowing this game. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. Interesting. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. That is very important. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, so even now he doesn't even know about the Hope Capsule. I mean, he should though, right? Because like that was part of the mission that he was on. But then again, this guy has like probably blacked out memory issues from his time, like taking drugs or whatever he was doing. Not like drugs, but like the anti-anxiety things may have fucked with his memory. And he fainted. And oh, there you go. That's the thing. What was Clay Tarrant up to? That's my big thing. It's like, what was he up to? He knew that the operation was. I'm saying this all I'm thinking boo on the side, you know, buying for time. But seriously though, like, what was he thinking? Like, he seems like an upstanding dude who wouldn't want to lie, and he's friends with, you know, Apollo Justice. So my question is, out of anything, because I do know who the killer is. I can remember that at least. But my question is, what was Clay's motivation for doing what he did then? Ow. I took the soft spot out of that packet right there. Ow. I can actually just scrape my face doing that. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. What can we talk to him about? Not really anything. Let's go back. Let's go back to the entrance and see if we get a hit. Oh, okay. We do. Put some of that toss in the beads of veggies, because those veggies are kind of dry. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Dr. Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that. The mobility system has been compromised. Holy shit, she threw a knife at his tire. Holy crap. That's my daughter. And the streak continues. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button would do is will make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Let's talk about today. Dr. Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I can eat during the flashback. Okay. Has noble reasons, supposedly. I don't know why I talked away from the mic. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. How many do we got? Oh, 3. Okay, alright, we can do that. Yeah, alright. Okay. I guess we'll try this now. I don't think we have enough evidence to do this, but we'll see. Not while I'm eating. No. Alright. Swallow that food. I can talk now. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. He said not hang out. Hang out. I was like, wait, what the heck? That's how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out in the unauthentic adventure in space. I already proposed I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing. Agree, couldn't have done it without help. For one, we have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. He figured you can fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. You stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Could someone please help this poor prisoner of war? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? How did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's been talking about these days. A spirit medium? Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while." And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? That too allowing. That one miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Did anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat One miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case head was closed. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person to the cosmos that was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought he committed both crimes. While Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that you were shaken, it meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Did we know he was involved with that case specifically? I think so. Because they're talking about him chasing a phantom. That's right. That's right, because Fulbright told us that he was worried about him chasing a phantom because he's super involved with the case because of that. Okay, yep. Mm-hmm. Or Cosmos. Tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. Oh, so Mr. Starbuck had to go through all that shit and get trauma because of somebody else? Wow. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind the exciting story of space heroism. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming and going. Couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Okay, but we found a leaf today, so... So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean someone who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the go? What have you been watching? Which Bonds have you been watching? Craig? Dalton? Moore? Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. This really is like the Great Space Wars. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. No shit, there is. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got called before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Don't you mean a samurai? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Yeah, that sounds about realistic as you can get. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? Okay. 7 years ago, the spy gave you an advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. And then if something bad happens, we'll just cover it up again, and then do this again, and again, and again, and not care about the lives of our workers. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I call it moving. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center at night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from Boarding Lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign at the door to Launchpad 1 in Boarding Lounge 2. You did that so no more visitors would enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He had already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... well, that happened. Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one could find out. But after all that effort, Taryn is dead, and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had been returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of Cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Oh yeah, it wasn't even lost in the blast. It's in the picture. I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. Right, a food while he's talking. Wait, what? The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1? I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. So he has it right here. And it's right here too. The deal was that with its safety in Taryn's possession, he can make it look like he rescued it during the staged and miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. That makes no sense. But yeah, I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. Oh, okay. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. Oh my god. That fucking bomb specialist ruined everything. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. Well, shit. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. Hey, Lou. You're online today. That's nice. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then. Yes, if they're tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something off like that off. So you really think the same spies behind this incident and one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Honestly speaking, I mean, I know who it is, but if you're smart, you could probably figure out who it is based off of right now. That's what he's saying. Then this spy must be the phantom Particular Blacko has been chasing. Oh, so we did mention it before. Okay. Also, I remember if we ever mentioned before that Blackwell was involved with the Space Center, but I forgot before, but I did indeed mention it last time. So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as the current incident, it would mean prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. If we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whoa, whoa, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy? Yeah, he'll be fine. Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. It's like he became a Beyblade. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. I was like doing that thing where you can like spin around and what is it that I spun around on? There's something that I used to spin around with and I get like dizzy and it was like fun to do that. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's a Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for the Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Oh, I knocked my cables. Daddy, take a look at the jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? Hello. Is that what I think it is? Is that the right way? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. Thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose her heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. There we go. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was she a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? Oh, even I can answer that. Astronauts need to be in top mental health to go to space. And they also need to be in top mental health after they come to space. Go to space. I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me more about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to the school. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Cord's case. That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. She was masking her pain. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Wait, you know, here's the thing though that I don't get. How did Apollo not know about her then? Because Apollo was friends with Clay and, best friends with Clay, who's at the Space Center, and was coming here all the time to the Space Center. And then, he knew Mr. Starbuck, and Mr. Starbuck was like, I think even Mr. Starbuck was like, I think I recognize you from something. And then Athena was like, no, you don't recognize me. But like, if that's the case, then they should have run into Athena. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Was he a dead body? Nah, it's not that one. Oops, I forgot that. I fucked up. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Athena's mom. Okay, so yeah, interesting. So Clay must have known Athena's mom. But that also makes me think, since she left, so Athena was staying at the Space Center until, Athena's death, that Clay must have known Athena. And I figured since he used to talk all the fucking time to Apollo back and forth, like for weeks and months and stuff, right? That he would have been, oh yeah, we also got this like little girl who I barely see her at all, but she's cool. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have a connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch, just as I suspected. Which means that Simon Blackwell is in jail for being accused of killing Athena's mom. And Athena probably knows it. And Simon probably knows it. Yep. There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer. Fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate. Oh, that's right. He is still alive. I'll take a bite of my food. If only the cabbage in this food wasn't so goddamn rubbery. It's like the only thing I really don't care for. I'm gonna mute myself for this bite. All right, back again. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. Interesting. What he was saying was so incredible. I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible. What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve have you to come here? You're the one to laugh at me, I suppose. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. And just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. Was that the voice I used for him? I forgot. It's been a while. Where's this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. No, what are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's the one who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psych locks. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. Oh, okay, well, okay, that's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Notice Exhibit 7K. Does it look familiar? I wonder why. Look at the rock in the back left. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Oh, you bomb fetishist. Let me take this off and see if it's gonna be like not charging. There you go. So I can hold it better. Phony planty bomb? What do they call that evidence? Hold on. A phony fanty bomb. Okay. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Ag, anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. So we didn't get to go talk to Athena, but we did get important information, though. So that's not a bad trade. And after you came this way, all this way too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. Fuck! There you go. Okay. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. Speaking of someone who works with robotics. Daddy, look, over there. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. It's Apollo! Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Oh, because they probably know each other. Well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. You can enjoy it with me, it's fine. Trucian, Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping. She doesn't even talk about my badge. Oh. What a shame. Okay, I can tell we don't get anything out of her by this. Wait, hold on, let me try one more thing. I have nothing else to say to you. I apologize for Miss Hawa. It's alright, Konko. There's nothing for you to apologize about. I heard about the trial. You made a mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. It seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with him saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Phew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaken Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn? Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I tend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. I've seen ghosts. They're nothing like what you believe are. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk, In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about the incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. It pays to have history with someone, I guess. You tell the story. But Miss Ara, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Is he talking really fast? Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm going to use the blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Okay, good. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different person now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Ara. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Ara was much, much younger then. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Meta Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Ara and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. Nobody can continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend, Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Ara, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klunko's an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain and can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't exactly in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. Hey, it's kind of like how I am. Like, this robot that you're seeing is actually kind of like a peripheral, really. It has some of its own identity, but for the most part, I'm speaking through it. So I can do anything I want to them. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of the incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly what I like to hear your side of it. That's why I like to hear your side of it to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? She really does not like Athena. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Clonko, show them out. Certainly, Misawa. Ouch, don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. Why was Apollo going along with her? They're bonding over the grievances of losing someone close to them. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. And they can't keep him that way too. Like, well, they had Wright be cool, dark, and mysterious for Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and then he reverted back to being like semi-cool in this game. He's so cool. He's like semi-cool in this game. He is definitely more seasoned and mature now than he was in the original trilogy. But he's still not as cool as he was in Apollo Justice. He was fucking, what's it called? Hobo Wright was fucking amazing. Fucking conniving person. Also, it didn't help that you didn't know what he was thinking, so you were like, you would be like, oh, shit, like, what is he, like, why is he doing all this stuff? And you're like, oh, shit, your plan's coming together, okay. And then there's like, so I saw someone would say on like Reddit or like the internet like the other day that like, you only see a small smidgen of Hobo Wright in this game, and that is when you have control over Athena as Apollo for the Professor Court case, and he's like, "Don't tell the police yet about you know shit going down here before like we do some investigation." And I'm like, that is Hobo Wright coming out being like, "Let's get some shit done now because we don't know if this thing's gonna be manipulated later." I miss Hobo Wright, but also want him to be an Ace Attorney. It's a hard mix. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. Yeah, what do we do now? Buy the food. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, he's lonely. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Oh, he's thinking of Maya and Mia. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird is part of the course with you. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of my difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Faye. I miss you, Maya. Please come back. I know we were going to be in the next game, but still, please come back. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. And believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Oh! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Oh my god, it's older Pearls! They go up so fast! How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. Oh, that's why they want people to play the DLC case before this case. Okay. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Paula and Athena only met her a few months ago. Hold on. Trucy is... I'm guessing that means now Pearls is... third? No. 26, 31, 32... 6 so like 14. Okay, she's almost as old as Maya was when we first met her in the first game. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked, but I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. How old is Wright now? Oh, he's not on here, I guess. Well, I mean, there's 17? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, that's right. Because it's been like at least a year since Apollo Justice. And then Apollo Justice was like, well, it was like 3 years. No, Apollo Justice was like 7 years or something. Because she was like, she's 16 now, so she was like 15. And then she was like 7, so that was like 8 years. And then we had to account for also that we met Pearls in the second game. So that's a year behind the last game, the third game. So that means at least 5 years. Yeah, okay, oh, damn. So she is Maya's age. Oh, well, is what Maya was when we started Ace of 21. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I know that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. We're getting the gang back together. There's nothing wrong with you, Apollo, and you either, Trucy, or you either, Athena. But, oh, my OG crew is still my OG crew. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. Any ideas? Your hair is nice and spiky today as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm trying to be in court. Do you make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated? Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyles to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Hot damn. As is tradition, when I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories. I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time. I'm glad I can help again. Thanks, you always provided such great assistance. I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard. Alright. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Ah, that smile, that's an Edgewood smile right there. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. What a tsundere. Right, don't know. It looks like fool Wright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. Particular Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Donor was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono? I never get a chance to do this. How can you call yourself a lawyer if you can't even protect your own subordinate? I swear I'll get her acquitted. You'll see. Your mind must be as dense as the hair on your head. Do you really think it would be so easy? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? Well... Turns to Fulbright. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops. Yeah, you did. Ouch. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Donor's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Jeez. This gets getting messier and messier. There goes my prosecutor. Watch him as he goes. Oh, you'll be fine. No, what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? We'll be fine. Detective Bright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. Oh, a little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if you read Mr. Lawyer here were to kill you. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used a quarter to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was a victim's, kept on display on the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. What a fucking weeb. Let me put, crap. There we go. I could tell it's getting darker outside, so I put the light on. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This has happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. So it wasn't Lotta Hart. Okay. Finally, a reporter that's not Lotta Hart. There's something. Oh, a fucking. What's her name? Brushel. Whatever. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes. And I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? Now I can see why Awa would be a little bit upset by him being like, oh, you have tomorrow to, do stuff. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Killing an innocent man. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. Well, that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Phone right here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. Mr. Lawyer, the robots are... Did the Fulbright get a hold of yourself? What, some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves in the space center, taking the visitors as hostages. I wonder who could have done that. I wonder whose brother is about to be put onto death row who would do something to try and stop it. They did what? Oh shit, Trucy's there. We have to get right there, over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. My fucking daughter's in there. Let her out. Everyone else can die, but not my daughter. Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed about? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You almost have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. Hey, robots can be nice people. I say as a robot. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see? He's just trying to help me. I recognize that voice. Dr. Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick. There you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I err? Oh. God. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Clonko? Uh-oh. Human beings are enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Guys, not today, no. Cut it. This is not the plan we had today. Everyone run, eek! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Would it be Juniper or would it be Trucy? Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here going This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. If you laid a hand on my fucking daughter, I know people. I can make you disappear. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Taryn's murderer, Athena Sykes. Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. But of course I won't. Now, I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? Oh, it's absolutely our. If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who's this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same one as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going on happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you can make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we can find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, you need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunker Drunk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You've got that? Now follow Hunker Drunk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through. I need a better robot voice. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, bros. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Because I did my robot voice. It wasn't that in my mouth. It was like more how I phrased it. I'll see how I could do this. Finish my food again. I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. This is what we need Little Thief for. We need a K-Fair to come here with Little Thief and recreate what this looked like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Is it time? Let's fucking go! Play his damn music.
I trust you've been well, Wright.
That Liam O'Brien? Of course, Liam O'Brien to be Edgeworth. It's Wright's boyfriend! Let's go! It's the ambiguously gay duo back together again! Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Is he chief prosecutor now? He's chief prosecutor. I forgot that he became chief prosecutor. Let's fucking go. It's gonna be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Why does his like lips look weird? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captain chose me as a prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I forgot to... Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Okay. That times it all. Alright, so it's been 8 years since he lost his badge, which means it's 10 years since we met Pearls, which means we met Pearls when she was 8, so she's about to turn 18. Okay. Yeah. It's been years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one who made the decision. But now you can stand in court again. and you can mow them down just like you used to. God, I hope we have, in this, they do a new game, they bring them back. They better bring Wright and Edgeworth back. That's all I ask for. Please. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. We have 2 crime scenes and the police notes on them for you to see. What a terrible way to die. Other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. Okay. Also have the autopsy report for you. Is it updated? Is it an updated report? I was watching, who was it? It was Bay from Hollow Knight play the original first game. And I never noticed how much they talk about the fact that Edgeworth would be, this meme it up, like Edgeworth would be like, oh, here's the updated autopsy report. Until I saw her talk about it, and I was like, oh, I can't not see it now. And then you get to Francisco von Karma. She got to Francisco von Karma, and she was just like, oh, here's the, and he was talking about it. It's like, oh, he's the one who made the updated report thing. And I was like, oh my God. She's right, because it even extends to the Edgeworth spin-off games. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, that the Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. That's kind of rare, right? Or is it not rare? Because I remember, like, most of the cases in this game are like multiple days, except for like the first case, right? Multiple days. But I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that, like, I don't know how to put this. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that it doesn't happen to us a lot because we're just good. Like, are the other cases mostly declared in 1 session, or is that like not a thing that happens a lot? Oh, are we just that good as a defense attorney that we're able to like prolong it that long? Or is it, I don't know. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. Okay, that would have definitely helped make it really, really fast. I want to do something quickly before I continue. Okay. I'll make sure something. All right. Security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Is Edward in the 6th game? I know we have like a new attorney that's supposed to be like the special attorney for the 6th game. Like the white-haired, gray-haired dude or whatever. I mean, Edward's white hair, but like the guy from like the Korean place, but It's a good drink. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Dr. Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Bullshit. Bullshit. She's the worst at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now, they really do believe Blackwell, do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. But What? They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. You know the cool thing is that we know from at least the Edgeworth games that he has a strong sense of justice, and he doesn't give a fuck about the government. So if the government comes to him being like, "Don't do this, expose that we covered up the case," it's like, you just tell him to fuck off. Let's do it together. Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room right now, can we? This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is it supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I am the law. Isn't that what Judge Dredd says? I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron. Yeah, Judge Dredd. JTO2. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. We can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Note that the same mark is absent from the crime scene photo. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Particle Blackwell is the culprit. It's about as clean as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? Which people were they? Did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made, shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he was looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? You'd get that, wouldn't you? You know how important it is that personal cases to be... You know how important it is to have lost someone, Edgeworth. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Howell will do to us while we're down, you see. Scary. Is that a hand? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something? I'm more worried about her being a villain than her brother. Okay, first off, the victim. Aura's desk is a mess. Aura's desk is a mess. Though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just wanted to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. It's Meta Sykes. Plonko, can I talk to you? You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamic imbalance. Looking that up to see if that's a thing. I doubt that's actually a thing. Huh. Okay. A group of naturally occurring amino, right? So I'm amine, catecholamic. That act as hormones and neurotransmitters in the body. CAs are a vital part of the body's stress response and can be crucial in a fight or flight situation. I guess that explains the confusion part. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct. But without the new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. That murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Okay, Ponko's serious features can determine the presence of a human with a heartbeat in the detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Okay. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by the ID tag of facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Yeah, it's almost as if I just did the same thing, Phoenix. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Emergency ladder. Oh, an emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. Huh. Oh, that's fucking sneaky. That bitch. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch that. Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Assemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Well, that's news. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. So this is post Apollo Justice. Like, this is like right before, like, I got my badge back. The 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Oh, that's right, because I guess my case, Phoenix's Wright's case was the dark age of the law, and then this is another dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I began to actually like the job I have now. Back when he was hobo, right? Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. That's closing the chapter on even the Apollo Justice stuff, because it fits in to be like, yeah, it fits. The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. You would know something about that, right? When I became the chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. Okay. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of... Oh, so it is! It is that! Because we're the murderer that was caught fabricating evidence. Even though we weren't. But that's what they said it was. It wasn't us, but it was, you know, we were set up by Gavin, right? But, well, Christoph Gavin set us up, right? And then it gets a year after that, then the UR1 case happened. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, someone who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps he intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Oh god, yeah, she may have tried to kill Athena. The important thing is for you to solve your UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even it will be an undocumented trial. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'd be good to face you in court again. Let's do this more often. Let's do this more often, please, please. Should I take a bite of my food? Just take a bite of my food, probably. I should probably take a bite of my food. Oh shit. Holy shit, I am damn hungry. Oh, Mr. Wright. And early too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. I wonder if I ever get the chance to present evidence like that again. I'll probably never work as a lawyer again now. Don't talk like that, Athena. We're going to clear you of all suspicion. Just you wait. I hope you can. I really hope you can. Tell me more about the day that Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Oh my god. Why didn't you say so before? Holy fucking shit, Athena. Why didn't you say so before? I never could really deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. Of all the people to withhold information, so I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they wouldn't let anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Hat One group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Okay. But I should have known wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the racket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. Yeah, no one else is gonna believe that story. Come on now. Even if it's the truth. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by the tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how humans' companions felt. Wow, robots that could understand people. Looks into mirror. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. They can say that's a motive, like she would have loved her, so that's why she killed her. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for research. Right? I want to believe that. But that's about the only things my mother left me with are rigid and this earring. It's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Do you only have one of the earrings? Okay. No, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. What about the other people? Oh, okay, wow. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. Wait, once again, how old is these two? 23 and 23. How old is Athena? 18, 5 years difference, 7 years ago. She would have been 11. And then these guys would have been 16. So Clay is 16 in this picture. Or maybe he's just visiting and Apollo just isn't in the picture. Maybe he's not actually working for them. And that would explain why Apollo and Clay don't know Athena. Yeah. The timing is kind of weird to me. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Why am I so goddamn cold? Hold on. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check the thermostat. Okay, back again. Yeah, my apartment does not like going higher than like 65 degrees, so it is my new apartment, so it is cold. So I'm putting my hoodie on and everything. I should also get the thicker socks, but I'll get those later, maybe. I can't believe I'm saying this in a city of Los Angeles, in a county of Los Angeles, we'll say. I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot wait for the summer for the temperature to go up in this apartment. Because when it goes up in this apartment, hopefully, it will hit like 70, 75 degrees and it will be perfect. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. Okay. On a different subject, do you hear about the person holding up the space center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? Well, after some negotiation, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means particular Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Prose was right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because of one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied harder. Oh, and studied hard. I wanted to be the strongest lawyer I could be. Was it for Blackwell? I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. So I realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Oh shit. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. I do, as much as like people, I don't particularly like this game as much as compared to like the previous games, but the one thing I do like about the fact is the dynamic between the new prosecutor and the new attorney is one of the attorney becoming an attorney to save the prosecutor, which is a retread, but a nice retread. Retread was a retread of Wright becoming a defense attorney, becoming a lawyer to help out with Edgeworth. You know, well, Wright became a lawyer to save Edgeworth, but just by communicating with him through the environment of the courtroom. But she specifically became a defense attorney to defend Simon, not to just talk to him, but to defend him. I heard some prison guards say they would have that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? Was he safe? Was he all right? Yeah, you gotta tell her. He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. Silver Samurai music. Dun 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 dun. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. A poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Yep. There is a coin we can use. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one that blew up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. You set me up! You set me up! Why didn't you say so to begin with? What the fuck? God damn you, Aura. What is he talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't I ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, someone else had to have been the true culprit. Did I? Did I? Kill my own mother? Holy shit. Oh, she's broken. Five fucking Cyclops, and it's the black kind. Oh shit. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black Cyclops. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Oh boy. It's time for the final day. Oh, my food's cold now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh boy. Oh boy. We'll be here for a while. I did a little research. I looked into the special Cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red Cyclops protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. A person folds under question, the lock breaks, and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Director Fulbright into Director Cosmos. But a black Cyclops protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. I think I gotta look that up. How many people have had black Cyclops in this game series? I think she's had one. So Athena's had one. I think one of the Hawthorne ones had one. And I think one other person had one. But it's rare that it happens. So even they don't know it's there. Either that or I'm just thinking of multiple red ones. Yeah, we've had 5 red ones before, but I don't think we've had... Well, we'll see. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. So all I have to do is break the Cyclops. According to my research, a black Cyclops is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. Could traumatize Athena for good? Well, I mean, you know, she's a therapist. She can like therapy herself, right? That'll work, right? Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. All right, but will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Toss out old evidence. Okay. Alright, okay. Oof. There are actually people here too. Oh my god. And was it Clonko there? Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Mr. Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Oh, what did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the Wright incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today... Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory will be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UL1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes for the murder on account of the murder of the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
The light
Court is
shining.
now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
The prosecution is also ready. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of letting losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. She's a promising young woman. A hit movie that came out 2-3 years ago? A spy. Once again, I mentioned before, if you have been paying attention to this case, you could technically theorize who the true culprit is. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. But if you have not been paying really, really fucking good attention, it's hard. It's fucking hard. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Let's have a little fun. Let's start with a brief overview of the UL1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Mena Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor at the lab at the time of the murder. 2. This photo in which captured the moment of the crime. Can we see the video, please? Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed... Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly. No, it's like my room. And sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who tried to bring forth a new testimony after 7 long years. Is it the Cosmos? Oh. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. Says he's too busy with that confining and threatening the hostages and all, he says with a smile on his goddamn face. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believe her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moonrock, then why the Walden case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Then why the Walden case? Interesting. You're saying he put an 11-year-old girl into a Walden case and hit her. So you're saying one of the cases in the back was used? Which Walden case are you talking about? Oh. Hold up. I see what you're getting at. There's 2 Walden cases in this picture. There's 3 right here. Okay. About the case she mentions, there were other Walden cases like that in the lab. But they're not for traveling, they're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Move around a little bit. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, the security camera in the corridor leads to the robotics lab. Here we go. And the camera captured the footage of Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. You finally got the video. Okay. That case, brother, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackman most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. And it's in the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena's special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting... I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Yep. Matricide is on the table, boys! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Dr. Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Okay. Let's break this testimony apart. I don't know how though.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell was willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. Know how we know this is not true? Actually, no, that's not a good reason. Never mind. But Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Wright, Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. It's like we're 8 years younger. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Got that youthful energy going right now. Let's go. Let's go get some Froyo. That's something the youth do, right? No, let's go to some boba. That's just a speculation.
Objection.
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims. So, then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on.
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that exists in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what was that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. You just said it. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now, say, so why the rolling case?
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, they're hanging out afterwards. Oh, that's cute. That's nice. They're hanging out and going to see Wright's daughter's magic show together. They're practically a situationship at this point, at the very least. Come on now. Oh yeah. A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. Jessica Blackwell was using the case to hide someone.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moonwalk. Yeah, definitely the moonwalk. I think, maybe, possibly. I actually don't know.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene. Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moonwalk was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Let's see. Sure, why not? I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. Oh, found it. Okay. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If that's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of those photos. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. Please notice that there's a robot part in the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Isn't there blood on it? Oh, what are you looking at? I'm going to start charging for each glance per eyeball. Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moonwalk and a robot arm. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, is the defense's assertion that it was this robot that was in the case. No, what?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technology illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Oh, it's okay, Judge. You don't need to be technologically literate. You should be. We don't have to be. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable and naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Yes, that's good. Let's use the sympathy vote. I mean, the sympathy, yeah, ruling. The robot arm in the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I could see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but I could not grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. Well, so then the Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her. Duh. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Yep. But why did he do it? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. So there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose, though. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. But you can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. Instead, the picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head. But we also disproved that piece of evidence was used for the time of that he was captured the time right after the murder, right? So it also helps out Simon Blackwell, we just said too. Killing two birds with one stone, I think. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Got him. Got her.
Objection!
There we go. And the music cut out too. Okay. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Does the prosecutor withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I had been on a different opinion from the outset. God fucking damn it, that's true. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he was holding something or someone. There ain't no way that he could fit a young girl at the age of fucking 11 and hide her behind that body. Ain't no way. That's hardly evidence. You goddamn right? I have proof the shirt coat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain has a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there were only 2 in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as those headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by a splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Order. If the defendant was at the crime scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we're also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. You can't say the possibility isn't there. The default Wright was the robot questioned at the time. No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Once again, let's do the clap thing again. We have put a parrot on the stand before. There's no holds barred in this series. Come on now, Judge. We have put a fucking parrot on the stand. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called a manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Thank you, Edgeworth. You understand. You understand the absurdity of this series. Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I am not. I am Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly unflexible little robot. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Meta Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. Oh? It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. Then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. Do we have an autopsy report for... Okay. Stab, wound to the chest. It appears to hurt and the death was instantaneous. Okay. The defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness's testimony statements are telling us is this. That the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? I keep on trying to put a voice for Edgeworth, and I keep on just forgetting to do so. Before Mr. Sykes, Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see, murder after heated argument. Then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Punko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. I don't know about that. This robot is both a valuable, important witness and invaluable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I'll have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. Let's see. Let's fucking go. Doo-doo? What I saw. Do. Okay. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was charging, so I don't know anything. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay, let's go down the list. Your regular recharge. What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power, else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder. Oh, hold on. Had to burp a little bit. Ooh. That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Okay.
Hold it!
You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly. I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. That is true. That'd be kind of sus, as they say. As the kids say. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
Okay, let me look at evidence of... I feel like this is going to be important. Recognize people by their... Also recognize a person's facial expressions, confirm a person's emotions by analyzing their tone and voice and communicate with them. Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this very moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I can hear her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document you found at the robotics lab? I was just looking it over, Edgeworth. These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Ponko, I was at the Sykes after she fell down. Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have been possibly proven the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode and automatically, so it can't be helped. I'm literally switching accents in the middle of talking. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate in the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Menace's heart started pounding, in surprise, she fell by the window. There was a round window on the workbench side of the room. Yes, there is something. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like to add it to our testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Okay, I just present.
Objection!
What? What? Oh man. The rounds on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Let's see, there are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. The hanging scroll was Mommy Menace's prized possession. Which is a crime scene from years and years ago. There's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side of the wall. Oh my god. I thought that the autopsy report was part of the photo. I thought the photos were part of the autopsy report. Oh my dumb fucking ass.
Objection!
There we go. There we go. I went to present this photo, but I passed it and I thought that the photo was in the autopsy report. Like a fucking idiot. God damn. That could have been avoided. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I am so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. You've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. And before you be like, maybe she took a damage and then she got hit, he said the death was instantaneous. It was an instant death. But I didn't know the murder wasn't committed in front of a little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Ain't no way that he has an updated autopsy report. This is a 7 to 8-year-old case. There's no way. There's no fucking way he has an updated autopsy report. Come on now. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Edgeworth, please. If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Oh, okay, whew. Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We cannot therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. Panko. My name is Panko. Say it with me. Panko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Panko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots stand them to tell us what a thing is. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. Wait, but... Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. My name is Panko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the night of on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you can tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detective system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept a jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her robot was simply just another object. Yeah, recognizing the person by scanning the space shooter uniform ID tag has to do with facial features once the face has been registered. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Because if Panko recognized that it was Dr. Sykes in the room, which means that it would have been identified either by the ID tag or would have been able to identify it by the facial features. Even if she drops dead, Panko would be able to recognize the facial features or the ID tag. Or facial features. She had to have recognized them beforehand. She doesn't identify someone by their heartbeat. She just knows someone is present by their heartbeat.
Objection!
But Panko's equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
Yeah, that's what I said. A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With the facial features hidden, a robot couldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Oh, he's got a point, and maybe he's gonna say that white piece of paper right next to the thing. Like this, he's gonna say like, he's gonna try and say something like, the white piece of paper on the right there by the seat was used to cover her up, her face. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed her sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Common rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, and to the defendant, who was just a child at that time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Punko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. Okay. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she can get away with her crime. That can't be. True. I'm not gonna say all that. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function, it can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After all, murdering her mother, Miss X may have come to her senses. Perhaps she didn't want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. If we know that she didn't do it, then we just have to make sure that we have the evidence to say that she didn't do it. Not say we make up evidence, but we have to think through. Prosecutor Blackwell? This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. "7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer." Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim crawling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either. Of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Monko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. Then how do you explain the fact that defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blacko, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
Why am I so deep with that, Edward? You expected too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into the law, into hell? Are you saying the little girl and the robot have nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell. You selfish little... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will renounce my verdict. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Won't be a problem if she's in prison. Wait, no, she wouldn't be in prison in that case. Who is it now? Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his thought. He's hiding something.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know? What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. But time to conquer your fear, like Batman conquering his fear of bats. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You were the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It is my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. A chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Doop. Doop. Doop, 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 doop. Let's go! What? How? Why would he be happy with just waiting for her to... Wouldn't he be angry? What? Why is he not angry? Okay, well, okay, maybe just Athena being happy? Him being happy to see Athena? I guess. But, this feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. And so when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved, merely that. Just now you said you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan, and nothing contradictory about that. Well, you know he ain't the fucking spy. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. Can you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I'm remembering some part of this case now. And even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab's door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I could do was wait kill. Do I have that thing of the No, I don't have the evidence of his like coat, whatever. How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Interesting. It went up. Prosecutor Blackwell was lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his bonus is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me from these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Let's look at his testimony. Let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. If you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. Oh.
Objection!
Fuck! But it makes no sense. He said that the doctor walked in and was not in the building room itself already. Hmm.
Got it!
Okay. Damn it. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. It's happening again. There's even more noise now. What's going? Holy shit! Noise level 100%. Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Okay.
Objection!
God damn. Okay, that makes sense.
Got it!
No. No, that's not that. Because you would be surprised. You're trying to go for Athena, not for the Sykes. Yeah, let's try to set someone again. I'm cutting it to pieces.
Objection!
What? It was testimony. No. Is it here then?
Objection!
Oh, God fucking damn it. God damn it. Right piece of evidence, wrong location. God. Combining liars with more liars is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's a photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that witch damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain on the end of Panko's arm where it was severed with a katana? Hope you aren't claiming it's a robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Panko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Panko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Panko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Oh, his eyes just glowed. What the fuck? Phoenix, Wright. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Particular Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Oh, boom. I'm guessing.
Got it! Got it!
His voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years, and the root cause of it is hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it? Is it Athena? I mean, yeah, I mean, if it's not... When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overrun by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Donna. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix, Wright. It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." Woo boy! Woo boy! Woo boy! This is not good for my client. That's what I saw, and now you have it, the truth you so desperately wanted. Well, at least 3 people will be happy with this information. I tried to take my mother apart. To be fair, you were a psychologically stunted child, holed up in a research facility type of thing, and may have had some mommy issues, possibly. She's gonna pass out, ain't she? Oh, she wouldn't pass out. Good. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena. As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt even every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They'd emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it was now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame for yourself? You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in that case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It appears that we now have all of the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Well, time to execute her. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What do you say, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. Before we conclude, does anyone have any counter-argument? Where's my boy, please?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you would never change, but could you actually have regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. And this is the Edgeworth that came out of fucking the investigations. I guess that makes sense though, because his whole entire thing was finding out. The most important thing was finding the truth, no matter how bad or good it is. And there's still 5 Cyclops. We have evidence. Well, the Cyclops are evidence for us to know that she is not 100% there. If we in this case, I don't remember if we do this, but if we in this court case right now have Athena's whole entire thing of the memory, Wright's thing of the Cyclops, and if Apollo comes in and we get to use his ability, this game is the top 10 right there. Oh, for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Yep.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? Yep, and the handle was clean. I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting my blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't rule over every minor detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Miss Sykes has blood flowed from down the handle, but the katana's hand is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the blood defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? I'm hanging on a thread. I only got one penalty left in me. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? No. Maybe. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Oh, I got it. Oh, the katana. This is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Oh, of course I knew that. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but didn't contain any blades. Here was a photo of its content. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Therefore, there's no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you. Too bad. Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. I see that they do, but what's that significance does that have? It's clear that one of those tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? So the court then, if you would, what pattern design would we see if we would arrange the tools? What do we have?
Take that!
There we go. And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's all on the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. It's the NASA XP. Okay, so that's the red triangle thingy. Red triangle thing would be at the top. Yes, but just the tools shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. They'd be like, what does that mean? So she used a different weapon. Then how did the blade get dirty? Where did the other weapon go? Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the murder of the true weapon? See, that's a possibility too. What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of your entire argument? No, he's just adapting. I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put the blood on the katana to make it look like a murder weapon, and then concealed the knife when a person is until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. But you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You are the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there are only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. It matters not whether the murder weapon has the katana or the utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if, now you're finally starting to get it. The contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because it's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. Ha, that rhymes. I think you've done all you can do. Wait for it. Wait for it. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. It's head time. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't see the knife at the scene, which means someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Could have taken the knife with them from the lab. If I trusted Athena, they would conclude there was a third person at the scene, but according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. That's not how the third person managed to escape Ponko's detection. This person must afford Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. If they cover their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. If the culprit poses the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did that culprit get around that? Would have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does it mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead at that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? And go! Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her, the real culprit. Whew. Whew. Thank God I played this game before, because I would have not have gotten this on the... definitely did not get that on the first try. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let's bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I didn't hear no bell. I was only pausing for a second. because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw a hug. In other words, the moment you use the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. And for Edgeworth to be like, this is ridiculous. We've had the... Bro. Edgeworth, I want you to think about this for a second. What was your case like? Your fucking DL6 case? What happened? You were taken onto a boat by someone who killed the victim already, then posed as the victim, and then made people believe that you had killed them. This is exactly the same fucking shit that's happening right now. Someone posed as the victim to make it look like my defendant killed the victim. That's exactly what happened to you, Edgeworth, and if you fucking don't say anything about that, you are either have terrible memory or a fucking idiot. According to Robert's statement, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time? Excuse me. Here we go. After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Remember? Yeah, the robots can be confused. Like Mr. Edgewood said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person in the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid, because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor, the person that Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible. How is it impossible? That's exactly what happened to you. You thought that you were meeting somebody, but it was their killer. Athena thought that she stabbed someone, but it was the actual killer. Maya thought that she had stabbed, what's her name? Misty Faye, who was being possessed. But it wasn't even that. It was she threw that Goddard, who was the real killer of Misty Faye, who was being channeled by Dahlia as Iris. This memo has happened at least 3 to 4 times in this series. A mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask. Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask. Yes, I remember. Athena, what is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? My head... Miss Sykes, are you alright? Let's fucking go. We're about to turn this case up a notch. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. Well, we'll get there. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man.
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. And that's when Blackwell walked in. Yes, Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. The mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that no mask even has the power to turn the ordinary human being into a phantom. It would seem the new suspect has emerged. And that means all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... Of course not. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. It's Blackwell. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't just a dream in the Blow Princess's groggy little head?
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. Yep, that's what you said. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Menace was really the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do you have anything here, the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Oh, fuck me. I actually don't know. I actually fucking don't know. They can help me find. Okay, I was on the lab on 2 p.m. from a regular recharge. As I went to charge up, Athena came in and hid Mighty Menace. And when Mighty Menace fell down, after that I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I can see where you're going with this. And Mighty Menace was really the killer. Let's come to workshop before 2 p.m. and find the person who came to the lab before. About to the time of the crime. Before 2 p.m. What do I have that talks about anything before 2 p.m.? Not this. Not this.
Take that!
This is particularly Blacko leaving the scene at the end of the incident around 2-3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing that there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There. Please stop it right there. Are you guys fucking kidding me? How? You guys didn't even check. What the fuck? This is what happens when you rush a court system and have a case be done in a day because you have set evidence and you don't check. It's like you said, there was a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. There, done. This is done. Athena's innocent. Easy. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That's right. So how does he have the jacket then? Well, how did the Space Museum get the jacket? Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the Robert Maddox lab at before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that we were there in the lab. Culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. Leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, or to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
You can't say it's conjecture. You have video proof. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal their facts, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only person who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Obscure Blackwell and the people who reported the body, and they would claim the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man if viewers had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. I mean, that happens all the times in mysteries. The person who discovered the body, first person to discover the body is the actual culprit. That happens a lot, actually. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the Space Probe's capsule in the preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in the bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If the person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sex's memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is Blackwell gonna be like, hold it? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm... Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to be saying no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Just keep on making robots? How unlike you are. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Oh. Then what did you want from her? Alright. There was something I wanted to say if you would lend me an ear. I have in possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. Seven years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Our co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and a recording was surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? How in the world did you smuggle him into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Yeah. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew from you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself, but take a good care of it. That's all I have left of my mentor. I will. So that's really fluctuating. He doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Okay. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, no anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. Your lives. Your lives. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. Do we get another day? Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? I'm already there. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant in the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. You. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quickly, and then we are gonna finish up the rest of this. Whew. I forgot this case is fucking long. Yes, we turn on to the next chapter. Oh. Oh, hold on for a second. God damn it. Give me 1 second. God damn it. I gotta remember how to do this. God damn it. It just... What the fuck? It works without this plugged in? What the hell? Huh. Well, what do you know? Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, the Clay Taron thing, yeah. So I keep on trying to fix this. This is the... Let's see, audio properties. I've got audio. Oh, well, I think I did this the wrong way. God damn it. Oh, the properties. Let me try something. God damn it. Still off. Well, whatever. I'll do it for now until I can find a way to fix it. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Since you lost someone close to you, I'll allow someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know, I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give her permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. I wonder if it's odd for people too. Wait, I think I know what I have to do. Properties. Is it capture audio? I'll just turn it down just a smidgen. Oh yeah. I forgot how to fix this. Gosh damn. It was made clear the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in Boarding Lounge 1. When two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into Space Museum. Next up to review Cosmos, switch the launch pads. No, let's just put this on autoplay so I can eat while talking. To that, the culprit exited the space of the museum and escaped via the boarding lounge. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who was that escaped to the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Right, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. And then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you will. Right. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. Wrong suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she was the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why arrest her and indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Brosif. Bold claim to say against your legal partner. Yep. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I mean, I get his reasoning.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? Also, Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. And so the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. It said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, Mr. would react when she talked about the case. I didn't know what to do or think, and couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be of any good to the court. So I had to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Oh, that's why. Wow. The reason Miss Sykes unconsciously read the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. Okay.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with their fingerprints on it, right? If it seems decisive, there must be other facts that we don't know about it yet. If that's so, then go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that someone else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera on the boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's a camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. But there's another security camera in boarding lounge 2. According to Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? Yep. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. The footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. Wasn't you who proved in the previous trial that the only way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? In fact, you previously proved turned down its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. You're goddamn right, it's right.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? No. You're right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. But, well, also, right? You also, you can't, of all things, you can't say that to Apollo because you met Apollo Justice in the courtroom by having him basically accuse his own teacher of being a killer. So, yeah. However, there's a lot of hypocritical, people being very hypocritical in this case. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Cleo's my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete evidence, the proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under the circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Yes, of course there must have been. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That is why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. It seems your junior partner has just showed up. Knows what trials are truly all about. See, Edgeworth knows. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely, and when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. This is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. Okay. What's the E there? Direct the constables at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door would the culprit have escaped through? Well, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? I want to say the Space Museum corridor. There was an alternative escape route. Would they have access to? Would the person who was the killer have access to the control room? I want to say it's a trash chute. It has to be the Space Marine corridor, right? Or is it the trash chute? I'm going with my gut. They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks print to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to do is establish this Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been the boarding lounge too. The conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Uh-oh. The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. I guess it's true, the only exit would have been Boarding Lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But only place the culprit could have escaped was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with another conclusion that Athena Sykes was the culprit. I mean, yep, where those leaves in the corridor come from. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than the Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when alternative escape route opened for a culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides the Boarding Lounge 2? Well, just the launch site itself, right?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing... some leaves myself. Oh, do you mean? Yep. Well, the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. I'm not insane. Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. If the culprit tried to leap the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to your death. Ordinarily, yes, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could have use of a certain item. And what that item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building.
Take that!
An emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder on the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Ms. Becker herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Wow, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right? Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese the same. Alright, then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet. You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the quarter is 3 floors from the ground, roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear or not jump at all. But the culprit had just murdered someone. They were in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20 feet death-defying leap? And in the brief moment the quarter and the ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have been needed a running start while the quarter was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off or they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been an instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. It does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. Wait a second. Yep. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, hi Sniper. Welcome on in. Bum bum. I thought that was part of the game for a second, and I was like, that's the perfect time to use a sniper. Yeah, timing. I was like, it was like, and I went bum bum. Well, at least I know I could time that well to that. But thank you. Welcome on in. Welcome in. Oh, and now look, sound alerts is here too. Hope you're having a good day, a good night, I guess. I am finishing up this case myself. Oh, can you now? This proves possibly of a person who could have used the alternative escape route. Oh, it's over here now. Okay.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. We already said that the culprit of this case has to be the culprit of the previous case. The subject could make a 20 feet leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could expose the extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they would be spotted? Here you go. Oh! 3 dots! You got 3 dots! Oh no! There was also a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom, that mysterious shadow figure that keeps popping up. Oh dear! The Phantom again! I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. But I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Tarrant as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom was the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Tarrant. There we go. Yep. I got a clip of the timing thing. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's why it was a link. It's what you're trying to. You probably couldn't post a link in the thing. That's what you're trying to do. But yeah, sorry about that. I think I have links like turned off by default in Twitch chat, which I guess yeah. But yeah, I'll see when I go through the clips later tonight. But thank you. What in the court? What do I say, Mr. Wright? Please continue. There were just too many similarities between. Instead, I can DM it to you. Oh yeah, that works too. Thank you. It also shows up also when I go to clips in the video producer on my channel. It shows you not only clips that are on my channel, not only clips that I have created for other people's channels, but also any clips that have been created for my channel, even from other people. There are just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because those incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? Who could have been? It's Shelly the Killer! Could this unidentified international spy be? If only there were clues that would have told me who it is. Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. Wright gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. Think about this, but doesn't explain this one last thing. The bike slab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain of which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right! Who could it be? The biggest fucking twist in all Ace Attorney history. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Bigger than the Madame Guard twist. Bigger than the... What else was a big twist in this game? Bigger than the fucking twins twist of fucking Ace Attorney 3. Bigger than the Apollo Justice twist of the mom. Apollo being the one of the kids. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? The only person who would have knowledge about the emergency ladder being let down was the person who would have ordered the emergency ladder to be let down. In other words, it would have to be the detective. And once you know that information, if you look through this whole entire game, there's some signs. The explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. Remember the first time I got to this, I was like, are you absolutely fucking kidding me? I was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is the detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. But Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. I have some problems with this game, I do. But not this. Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab was the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered to the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time and got a running start. And just as the quarter was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. That autopilot detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Then his concern for Simon was also just one big act? That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he was the one who brought up the Blanstein lighter to court too. That some guy even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Let's see if I really can fix this. Can I? Nah, you know what? I'll leave it be. I really hate the fact that the audio and video are not synced properly, but you know what? We're just gonna have to go through with it. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. And here's Apollo feeling guilty as hell. He's feeling guilty as hell. Apollo. Yeah, this is definitely awkward, right? Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch you? Yep, punch me, please. Why? Why would I should do that? Because I should have believed in you. Let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust out. Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. Anyway, I have some very good news. Our Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Lucy and the others. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. It's Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. You don't have to apologize to me. It's okay, Miss Blackwell. I understand. I support your wrongs and rights. My actions are all allow the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss R. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust your court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I can let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Hara, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Menace's killer down. Leave it to us, we'll get him. Simon, I'm glad both of you and the princess are cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. But you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. Yeah, this is one fucked up family in my opinion. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Zara. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. That's the tsundere. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Alright. Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the court detention center. I still can't wrap my mind around it before by being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? He can break those cuffs. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom. But even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. He looks better with shorter hair, in my opinion. I mean, I know what they were going with the long hair, but I think he looks cool, also pretty cool with the short hair. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright. Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. However, there will be a deduction in your pay. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. We better do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Oh, I'm gonna miss Punished Apollo. Now, this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it's like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. Yeah, it's off by like a second. Sound is off by a second. Still. Let us now reconvene. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Is it? Oh, wow, I guess so. Because Wright came in because it was Apollo and Athena. And then it was, and then Apollo got injured, and then it was Wright and Athena. And then it was Apollo and Athena for the second case. And then the third case, what was the third case? I already forgot. What was the third case? It was Apollo and Athena again, and also Wright and Athena? Yeah, I think so. I think it was mostly Apollo and Athena. And then in The case before this, it was Wright and Athena. Oh yeah, this is really. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. Prosecutor Blackwell. With this having your mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Oh, yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Bobby Fulbright here. Heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Mr. Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to the give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape out is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena is the culprit this letter has with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? The defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto that ladder. We don't have any proof. You were correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who could define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. But tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? Or my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you even have an ounce of justice, then you answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are at this point only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
They didn't even replenish my penalty stuff. Damn. You mean the lighter that was found in the Space Museum, is that right? The one and only. After Mr. Sykes murdered Mr. Tarrant, she escaped into the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Then after the launch pads were switched, she ran out to the Space Museum, where her image was caught by the security camera. Looks like he's sticking with Athena as the culprit. It doesn't help that he has the evidence. Let's press him on everything until he cracks. Yep.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice, those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it eventually becomes the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true? By wishing over and over? Alright. Let's just move on.
Hold it!
My arguments are wholly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, that's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it with the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but if you have any suspicions, I suggest you ask for Wright, Dono, especially about that lighter. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side as they would be if you were holding it up. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? Okay.
Hold it!
That's how that. Oops, yeah. I thought I already said that before. Oh, what was it he said? Then please tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the latter. Well, I'd much rather expound on the topic of justice, but oh, alright. Please tell us anything you remember about the lab. The lab, huh? Well, it was so messy there was hardly anywhere to step. Guess they're in the middle of building a giant robot. Okay, I know the drill. You want me to add this statement to my testimony, don't you? What? No, way ahead of you. I'll just add it in.
Hold it!
How many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb of the index finger and the middle finger of the right hand. Your Honor, that's an important statement. Can we please have it swept into my testimony? You got it. You beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key.
Objection!
So the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. That just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the ladder in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the ladder from the right hand instead of the left? You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, the ladder can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Dr. Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room, that's right. Across the room on the opposite wall, it's a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have had a reflection of that person in the mirror. Ah, see, in that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof of what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence.
Right, don't it? You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Ha, that's my name was Nick. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? Haha, that's right. Besides, the leg couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem was only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the album. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flip open with your thumb before lighting. So the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible. They wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held it with their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. Holy shit. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Dr. Fulbright, I believe you said the emblem is only on this one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an elf emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, Detective. But, pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. There we go. All 3 talents used. Justice Dodo, are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. The Fulbright. Could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on one side that you can see when held in the right hand. I knew it had something to do with the hand. Let's get one of the round. Wait for it.
Gotcha!
Dr. Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. But it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told. Wright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I'll allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I suppose so. Now let's check over every inch of this thing. Ugh. The back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right. It suddenly breaks off naturally. Suppose the lighter is held with the right hand so the emblem was visible. So the print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you open it. You're right. There's definitely something off here. It's hard to tell if the prints are from the right hand or just the left by looking. I don't think by looking at each print with the naked eye would tell us anything new. But this light definitely hides a secret. I agree. Let's check it out carefully. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually a kind of button. Wow, it transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. What? A gun in this part of the neighborhood? A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Dr. Cosmos was on the stand. This morning? Goddamn. The director that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. The little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So when Dr. Fulbright could touch his holster. That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing that an ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Dr. Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Ms. Sykes' prints. It proves she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Taryn, and the person who bombed the Space Center are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints and the lighter are the sets of proof. Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think about this sums up Miss Sykes' part in this whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. And therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor. Well, Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. That is true. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this letter might be Ford's evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Because I plot. Did you do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. The owner of the prints? Different match of print data. But what about the data itself? Data Fulbright, you're the one who provided us with the ladder input data. I'm not gonna lie. I think I only got that because I remember that was the answer from last time, because I tried the other two answers and I was like, that makes no sense to be this. And I was like, oh, I got that right. I mean, I tried the other two answers that they gave me options for. And I was like, oh, these don't make sense. And there was the owner as the third option. And I think this time I remembered that because I was like, it's the one that's the most ridiculous answer. Dr. Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the letter and the print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You said Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff. Appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's so the defense claims. Two of the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes, the fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Taryn. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? I see. Come to think of it, wasn't you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? He did do that. I forgot about that. Particularly the seat's fingerprints. You could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off of his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This boy must have been distracted from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean that the Fulbright really is the Phantom? Or the killer's escape route? No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. The Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. So help me, I will slice you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. Oh, you fucking piece of bull fucking shit. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright? That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if you say it's true then? Who was the mysterious person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was a Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him. That would fill the holes in the plot. I don't believe you, then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? He asked me to do that too. That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Yep. Just passing the blame into another party. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Being the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. Are you expecting me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. There's a number of organizations that want him dead. People believed I was the Phantom. I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom. Yep, but on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. Yep. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if you can't find a flaw in his logic. There, I finally told the truth. Now, I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? Oh, look at that. That's the serious Fulbright right there. Interesting. Interesting. I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? He's right. And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But no, that's true. I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell, this fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. Oh my god. Oh, how could they all be taking this in? In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand out a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Ooh, she's like, yeah, but this is not what we're looking for. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what should I do? Now, if you excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Who said that? The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to clear you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you're no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What? Does that mean... We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too. You've been making baddie remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me.
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Mind filling me in here? He purposely put him into a specific mood so that he would see if the mood swings would have happened, and Athena would have catched that the mood swings weren't happening in order to prove that he has no emotions, thus proving that he is the Phantom. Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Dr. Fulbright, because he knew I'd noticed that there was a lack of emotions like joy, relief, in its response, like I just said. So he gave me the chance to take a listen, and listen I did to the voice of Dr. Fulbright's heart. You two are working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Richard, mon ami, let's do this. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all. This is like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom's psych profile. But the Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you rooted me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. Huh? But he's literally crying as a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. This is as it says in Dr. Psych's profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important step for us undercover investigators, you know. Yeah, why did he show emotion so quickly like that? I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, detective. A feeling of trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying that I'm a Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I'm just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. I'll say it again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect, because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Alrighty. Mm-mm. It's a long shot. But there really is a real emotion mixed in there somewhere. That's possible. That would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear. It doesn't disappear. They all disappear. That's what doesn't appear here. Oh, it's individual. It's this one. Yeah. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of the chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When we talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that man with hardly any emotion feels, huh? And it was a response to the moon rock. Dr. Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... You lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? And the frustration has lost into fear of your heart. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can't stand it. I'm not so sure a man who can make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that. I guess you're right. Okay. Oh, your identity will be revealed. Yep. Of course. That's it. Dr. Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moonwalk, but more like he had to take it with him because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
Where do you think you are going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? Yeah, I want one of those watches. That'd be cool. The fool about your answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel a fear of connection with the moonwalk? In justice, we trust. No emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyze a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts and analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moonwalk anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I would still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been the key to getting the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moonwalk. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But, Your Honor... There, you see, nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moonwalk. That is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought of the moonwalk because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moonwalk? Not at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moonwalk means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moonwalk? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, don't know. With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom Apollo to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we're not so different. We have a duty to bring the phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? And to all that remains of the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust? Understanding? Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly little thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence.
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the phantom might be afraid of the rock? I thought the phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How could someone like me with my wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy? Maybe the phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. The fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled over it and left it DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe DNA part isn't too far off. Huh?
Hold it!
How afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? Well, to be honest, since the first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Of course not. Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that.
Hold it!
After all you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? What do I have? What do I have? in justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want with absolute confidence. But if I say it's just, it's just. That's how it works in the dark age of the law. That the Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moonwalk. Probably has something to do with being afraid that its true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moonwalk with him 7 years ago.
Objection!
Blood. The DNA is blood. That the Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Terran. Clay Terran, that's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. Miss Sykes then stated she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moonrock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. The expense of the Phantom had to remove the moonrock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran the analysis now, would we figure out who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so, but unfortunately, the moonrock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. The infamous Sword of the Beguiling Bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Go on, Wright, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit's supposed to remove the moonrock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moonrock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. Does this mean that the moonwalk is still somewhere in the Space Center? And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moonwalk was never found. Ah, how could I forget about that? A sad but true fact, we still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moonwalk vanish into the ether. Where did the Phantom take him? Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. Must have been a way. Oh my god. So cannot show what happened to the moonwalk, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. How did I fucking... Holy shit. That's a fucking harebrained scheme I've ever heard of one. Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moonwalk disappear from the crime scene?
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it, the Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous. It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was in space. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What? I was trying to think of why that capsule was useful. Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyway. That villain he used the primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone. That's right, he planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But he didn't count on Mr. Starbuck and the others foiling the plan. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission return 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear, that you were the Phantom all along, Dr. Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he can get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he can do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. Probably clung onto the capsule for all it was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh, you really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Dr. Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not so sure what to think. I suppose that the Phantom is a spy with assault, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything as a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Hi, Simon Blackwell. Hey, you guys aren't really... Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth. I got it. I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Man, it's been late. I've been playing this for so long. I'm more stuttering my words. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? I mean, it makes sense. If he's a spy, then this man, who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you're not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. What the? His face. Ah, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. The first time this happened, I was like, what the fuck? Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat One, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom psychic profile right here. If we compile a psychic profile on you and compare the results, it'll prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means. Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My reflex has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look into the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like, or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know that you aren't Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a Phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from Hope capsule? I think I would do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... No. Fudge. The courtroom bombing. Who Tetonate claims that someone else blew up the evidence. Like the capsule. Who would have tried to do that? It looks like you finally caught on. 4 marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason the courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. How do you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or that, at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying. What tiny little part exists? Thank goodness I remember this part.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up in the courtroom and the moonwalk along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focusing on this photo taken after the bomb, specifically right here.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This is the article about the hat one. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moonwalk. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. Look at that, some of it survived. It would seem the moonwalk was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing lab will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. Surprised to be sure, but a welcome one. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too for Wright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Particular Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragments that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Why? It was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? No, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Oh my god. Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. Can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Could explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it, but how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article, and anyone can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble? I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that was the worst of times when lawyers are supposed to have to force their biggest smiles. Well, then why don't we get one of those fragments analyzed? You can ask an expert to verify if they were from the rune rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. The parting gift of a mother to her daughter. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. We did it. We fucking did it. It took us a while. It took us, holy shit, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. It took us this fucking long, but the defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moonrock isn't completely lost is this. But just about the only things my mother left me are with a widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything out of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moonwalk of our own. Yeah, we... Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all those years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moonrock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moonrock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? No, it can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments in the earring are found to be a match, then it would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood of the fragments was yours, this means the identity of you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide. I don't have identity to hide. I mean, I have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside of you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I could collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself? When there's nothing inside, nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone so as willing as to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trusting others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me. Is this? No. All that fear now coming out. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. Look at that fucking smacking badassness right there. I want to take a picture of that motherfucker right there. Just gonna keep that for later. Keep that screenshot for later. That Kodak moment. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No. This isn't me either. Is this me? Which is my face? What am I? Who am I? A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down this sniper as we speak. Well, he got killed. That sucks for him, and it sucks that he doesn't get actually legitimately tried by the law, but Particular Blackwell. How is it to Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. Oh, yippee! He didn't hit any vital organs. Let's go, baby. He can still be tried. And then put on death row. He appears to be in no danger of dying. That was fortunate for all of us. Then analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moonwalk in question. The murders and bombings of the Space Center, both past and present, the bombing of the courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all those things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is not responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. Before I do, the defendant please return to a proper place. Yes, Your Honor. Guilty, guilty, that girl's guilty. Now then, this court finds the defendant Athena Sykes not guilty. Audio video is off for that, and it kind of bugs me a lot. Court is adjourned. Now let's get the hell out of here. This place is a mess. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I can do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. Getting some new customers, huh? Smart girl. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right, I feel I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you're the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to the successful conclusion. Remember, in this case, the defendant wasn't the problem. The prosecution wasn't the problem. The defense wasn't the problem, and the victim wasn't the problem. You know who was the problem? The police. Remember, never trust the police. That is the motto of this game. Nah, I'm just... half kidding. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to the successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? I should have been much harder after that evidence forwarding scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth. Think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust toward the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the foes of the borough of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. You telling me. Athena. Oh, and speaking of rivals, I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Aw, just barely, but I still made it. Yes, I survived with a skin in my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away, but some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnaround I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers all around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I've caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Diamond is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. In fact, we have 7 more cases. 6 more cases chronologically. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. Get food. We have to celebrate, yep, with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Remember when they used to go for burgers? They used to go for burgers, now they go for noodles. Nothing like a bowl of Eldon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for the great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair. I want to say it too. Fine. Okay. Here we go.
Objection!
Objection! I think of something nice I can do for Polly now that he's back. Decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs from him too. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. Guess should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything Agency after all. Oh, poor Apollo. Athena and Apollo was so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead. Either Apollo, someone's got a crush on you. The end of the dark age of the law, you say? Tisk tisk, how naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Oopsie doopsie. Probably shouldn't have done that. I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Tembataro. He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Ninetales next, though. Oh, what to do? A fight that finished with myself? Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Ninetale? That's a great idea. I'm sure you're all for it. Ka. So we're gonna meet foes, are we, my little friend? Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? Took over after Rex QB for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey you, what do you think you're doing sneaking up the matter? The jig is up. Better make a run for it. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming generally interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll see. I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. You, Juniper, our genes will live on forever. I found really sweet boxes for all 3 of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyways, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is bright as can be. Now, let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy. Oopsie doops. The one night only reading concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever. Yeah, I can already hear it now. Clever was really like Tuxedo Mask. My job here is done. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I could do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, it must be done. Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the HAT-3 rocket has already officially begun. Look up on me, people of the great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director. Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Assistant Director? I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. What is more interesting, Montes Perianus or the Mare Tranquillatus? You think they liked neither one? Yay, hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used me to. My voice is going to be shot. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. I'm going to the moon for real this time. For me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I now know what I should do, but I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request their service in defense of my sister. But no one's around. I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wished for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future. A future case, perhaps? I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I will write you another debt of gratitude, but I will pay him one day. You can trust in that. I don't know, ask him for some drinks or something. Cup of tea. Oh, Sam Riegel. Okay, well, that is the final, not final, but semi-final case in this game. In this part of the trilogy, we'll say. We have the DL6 cases, or DL6 case, we'll say, that we're gonna knock out the next 2 weeks. Next Tuesday and the Tuesday after, and then we're done completely with Dual Destinies, and then we move on to Spirit of Justice. The new stuff. The stuff that I have not actually done. I've started Spirit of Justice twice. And I've beaten the first case twice, and I have gotten to the second case halfway through, or roughly halfway through twice. So we will see how this goes. I think it's yeah. And then after that, we're done with Ace Attorney for a while. And then I think in the back half of this, well, by that time would be the middle point of the year, but like in the last part of the year, we're gonna knock out the last 2 games, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and then we'll be complete. Have completed every Ace Attorney game that's available on mainline consoles that is not the Phoenix Professor Layton crossover, which I'll probably just play on my own time unless they re-release it, because I have it already. I've just been sitting on it. Maybe I'll start that like over the summer or something, to play on my own in between the Apollo Justice trilogy and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But with just my luck, they announced Ace Attorney 7 in like 3 months or some shit, and then be like, it's out this year, and I'm gonna be like, well, shit. There was a high possibility we're gonna run out of games for Trial Tuesdays. If that comes along, it's time for me to start playing all those Ace Attorney, I don't want to say clones, we'll say Ace Attorney inspired games like Paper Perjury, which I know is a game, and Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney Magic, I think it was called. And I think a couple other games that I made like that. But yeah, until then, we're gonna find someone to raid. Oh, after credit scene. The mic just like blows up.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
That's a cool shot. Oh, she looks good with her hair down. I'll wait for you, Aura. I'll wait for you to get out of jail.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
No problem.
All right!
Look at that relieved and complacent dad watching over his kids. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. You gotta tell other people in the real world. I don't know if that could work here, but I don't think it works in the real world. I wish it did, though. Yippee, an achievement. Alright, I need to raid because I need to go to sleep. No, we are not doing that today. No. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I should play this eventually at some time. Do 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 do. Oh, I forgot I have lots of the games I have. Do 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 do. I should play Xenoblade 2. Do 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 do. What's on my flipping music? Sleep mode on. Okay. Right, who are we gonna read actually? Uh-huh. Let's go say hi to Juzo. He's also been streaming for a whole lot, but a follow subscriber only chat. It's fine. I believe it is just me here anyhow, and I follow. So okay. Let's see. So tomorrow I have off. Thursday we have more Metal Gear Solid 2. Saturday we probably don't have Civ 6. I thought it would be, but luckily I made it a wild card because I thought there's a possibility that it won't be able to happen. So instead, what we're gonna do is that we're going to do most likely Final Fantasy 14. I'll see. We could actually just do Civ 6 and start a new campaign, but we'll see. But until then, I will see you all around. And yeah, have a good day.